Nathan Winter, LAFC Gilmore.
We're okay at Cooley?
Yes.
97, and no second.
Yes, we were VHSL extended the window.
Oh, did they for regional play? For what?
I didn't read it all the way through.
That's good if they do that, but if they don't extend the state semifinals, but you know what I mean?
Evidently, it must be between Sunday or something with Dallas.
Okay, yeah, through Sunday, okay, that's good.
February 14th. Yeah, I'll get it back out.
Okay, I'll still get you here, John. Your temperature? New fever, new cough, new sore throat, new shortness of breath, new chills, body aches, loss of taste and smell. Tested positive for COVID in the last 10 days. Been exposed to anybody suspected of confirmed COVID in the last 14 days. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. I'll come back. Yes, sir. 3 o'clock, yes, sir. Everybody coming?
No, we can't. Can you hear me okay? I'm all good? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you. If you were expecting a 3 o'clock tip-off, well, so was I. But we're about geared up and ready to go. There's 3:42 remaining on the pregame clock, so I'm sure public address announcer Scotty Scott will be rounding out the starting lineups just here in a moment. Just a couple things I'd like to clear up. This is the regional semifinals in 4D. The other side of the bracket is Amherst versus Blacksburg. So the winner tonight moves on to take on the winner of that game, depending on who wins that game. If Amherst were to win, it would be a travel. The winner will go to Amherst. If Blacksburg wins, I'm not sure how that's going to play out. So that said, in years past, if you made it to the regional championship game, you would move on. But this being the shortened COVID year, only the regional champions will move on. So there will be no state quarterfinal games this year. It'll go straight to semifinals and then finals, and that will be the same for the girls that we play at 6 o'clock. So that game, I saw somebody posted yesterday on Twitter or something that they would be playing tonight. Not our girls, but a team in Southwest. They would be playing for a trip to the state tournament, and that's not true. It would have been in years past, but the way they shorten the tournament and so forth, this will be, this week is
Xavier Word. Starting to go, number 2, Keyshawn Wells.
As public address announcer Scotty Scott calls out the starters from Halifax, I'll also introduce their coach to you. Head coach is Sterling Williams. As I said, the Comets have only been able to play 3 games coming into this, but they certainly would have been one of the preseason favorites to move out of the regional competition going into the season. And them, along with GW Danville, I guess you would have to put as the number 1 and 2 seeds. So going to be a tough task for Pulaski County, but sometimes that long bus ride, that is a long bus ride from Halifax. For those of you that remember, Halifax was in our district when this school was first founded in 1974. With Glass, Danville, and Franklin County. East of Glass was the only school in Lynchburg, so that was a pretty long drive. Danville was a long drive, and Halifax was the longest of those drives. Seems like on a bus, our tennis team used to get out at 9 o'clock to go play a tennis match. So anyway, you never know how that's going to affect kids. They certainly look good in warm-ups, but these kids are just so excited on both sides. They're just so excited to be able to come out and participate in something like this, and I'm sure a long bus trip was the least of their worries. Ed Peterson will be throwing the ball up for the officials tonight. Ed was one-time coach at Cave Springs High School. Jerry Spangler's son will be one of the officials. And then one of the all-time greats in the Roanoke Valley, Raymond Williams from William Fleming, will be one of the officials. So we have a good crew here on hand, and Halifax will take it out of bounds. Here we go. Pulaski came out showing man, but they back up into a 2-3 zone. They're going to, and it looks like it's fairly well packed in. They're going to make Halifax shoot the ball. Well, there's the first 3 down. Kevon Farrell, number 15. Halifax did a nice job getting the ball reversed and then kicking it backside. But that's the shot that if you'd asked Coach Kanoy before the game, ideal, certainly he would have wanted him to turn it over or miss, but he made him take some time off the clock, and Halifax didn't look extremely comfortable against that zone. There's Pulaski's first, in and out. That's a good look for Peyton. Again, ideal possessions on both sides for Pulaski County, but other than the result, if that makes any sense at all. Good rebound there by A.J. McLeod as he moves on up the floor and into the offensive end. Halifax in the man-to-man. But I will say, I think Pulaski's going to be able to run the offense they want. The Halifax playing I wouldn't call it a passive man-to-man, but it's more of a pack line where they're not denying one pass away. So Pulaski is able to move the ball around the perimeter, but I don't think they're necessarily in too big of a hurry here, just to be honest with you. And I don't think that's a bad play whatsoever. Limit the possessions, both offensively and defensively. And, I think any time that they can certainly get Peyton McDaniel open for 3, they're going to take that shot. They're literally running into their third possession here. And there's the 3 by Bourne. Good look by Josh there. And tie ball game, 3-3. Nice patience by Pulaski. Took at least 45 seconds off the clock, and I don't know that's what they set out to do, but it worked nicely, I thought. As you can see, Halifax was a little bit quick to pull a trigger, and we get an open 3 from Peyton. Didn't go down. 2 good looks for him. And I like to hear the good talk on the floor. AJ selling, Peyton, I'm coming to you again next time if you open, man. Keep firing. And that's what you want. He's, when you get to this position, you can't count on anything that hadn't been. Gully underneath. Bourne's three in and out, but good follow by Gully. And this zone looks to slow the Comets a little bit. Again, overloading this side and then going back to the other side, but no need if you're Pulaski. I would go underneath that screen. 14 for Halifax. Cameron Roberts is screening the guards out there. There's no need to overextend. Good play by Underwood inside. Again, a little impatience shown there. Foul was on Wells. That's the first foul on the Comets and the first foul of the game. So if you hear the cheers there, that's the Halifax bench. Like to see them actively involved in it. Good take by AJ, and it goes in. McLeod finished the season, the last two games were his best two offensive games of the year, and we know from being a 3-year starter that Pulaski was certainly counting on him coming into the year, being able to have those 20-point games, and we could sure use one from him tonight as Pulaski moves up 7-3. Three-pointer's good. Keyshawn Wells with the three. Quickly moves it back to a 1-point game again. But again, if you're Pulaski, you don't want to overextend that zone because the hardest thing to do sometimes out of the zone is to be able to rebound. And if you extend it too much, you won't be able to block out. So, that is 2 or 3 3-pointers that have been in and out. Underwood doing a nice job inside battling, just not. Good job by Caleb. But I'm telling you, Gully with the 3 down and out. McDaniels already had one coming out and out, and Bourne's already had one coming out. So odds are the next one's going in, but it doesn't always work that way. Again, Halifax overloading the side there with the dribble screen. Nice 3 ball there by Cameron Roberts. The sophomore looks to have a nice stroke. And, again, they've knocked down they've got 9 points. They've knocked down 3 threes. And that was the one thing the scouting report said about Halifax is they may not be the best shooting team in the world. But those, I'm telling you, all 3 of those shots weren't a mistake. A nice rotation on them, and they were able to knock them down there. So, while we have a timeout again, if you're just joining us, I'll remind you that the winner of this game will take on the winner of Amherst and Blacksburg for the regional championship. And only the regional champion will move on to next week's state tournament. So that's a big difference in what we've had in the past. No subs yet in this game, and that's another difference that you will see, in tournament basketball. Coaches are oftentimes a little bit more hesitant to go to the bench. Double high ball screen. Again, Halifax doing a nice job taking away the drive and getting into but they're not denying the passes. So Pulaski trying to get the ball down in there to AJ. Looks like Coach Kanoy likes the matchup there, although Devon Jennings, a good-looking athlete, and But, you know, again, he is a other difference, if you were noticing from the other day, is that in the regional you do not have to wear your mask unless you're a particular school system, and we've been doing that to adhere to other school systems. But neither team wearing a mask out there. Both coaches are. I like that little wrinkle. They've run that play a lot this year, and teams have been able to guard the original screen by just backing off. But Pulaski threw another screen. Coach Kanoy had Underwood go screen for Peyton as well and came clean for a nice look. 9-9 ball game with a minute to go. You know, obviously you can have hopes and dreams and want to be up 20-0, but really not a bad start at all, Pulaski. But that's where you cannot allow the ball. If you watched last night, Syracuse was playing, and they're 2-3, and it's what everybody talks about. If you can get the ball into the high post against that thing, you're going to get good shots, and that's certainly what Halifax did there, and they were able to go from high to low. If you let the ball come in there, it's nearly impossible to keep the ball out of the low post. And I think once Halifax gets it down to the low post, they've got a definite advantage. Down to 20 seconds here. Like to see Pulaski get the last. Again, good take by AJ, and good pump fake. Fouls on number 14. Fouls on Roberts. That's Roberts' first. First subs of the game coming in for both teams. For the Cougars, number 4, Jersey Johnson, and number 11, Kyle O'Neill, and also the freshman, number 14, Lane Nestor. For the Comets, looks like Jaden Waller, a 6'2 senior, will be coming into the lineup for them.
Taking for the Cougars, number 4, Jersey Johnson.
Waller will be replacing Keshawn Wells.
And for the Comets, number 4, Jaden Waller. Also checking in for the Cougars, number 42, Clay Phillips.
Clay Phillips also coming into the Cougars here this last 14 seconds. You got to anticipate that don't want to leave these guys on the bench too long, but by bringing them out now, they get an extra 30 seconds to a minute. A little slow press applied here by Pulaski. Don't want to leave your feet there. I think it was a good call. Nice effort by Phillips, but he was a little bit number 4, Jaden Waller, will be at the line with 8.8 seconds. And that Pulaski, I thought that was a good ploy there to run the slow press. But they allowed Halifax to throw it in past their up defenders, so they were able to come quickly down, and they had numbers. Now into the game for the first time for Halifax, number 22, Tashawn Medley, a 5'11 senior, checking in for the Blue Comets, replacing Kevon Farrell. 7, 6. AJ has plenty of time to get all the way to the hole here. Gets to the shooter, Kyle O'Neill. Good shot there by Kyle O'Neill. And 13-11. As I was saying before that last couple possessions there, that's exactly the type of game I think Pulaski County is going to be effective in here tonight. Limit the possessions, keep it packed in, make Halifax prove that they can shoot. And Halifax did make 3 threes that quarter, but Pulaski was able to get to the foul line once or twice and also make a couple threes of their own. But as the game goes on, if they can spread Halifax out a little bit, that'll open up some driving lanes over there for AJ to be able to get into the seam and get it out to the shooters. Interested to see who for Halifax, Roberts back in the lineup. for Pulaski. I'm not really sure who, as they come out here, he's going to go ahead and AJ's going to stay in, so he's going to go back pretty much with the starting lineup, except Kyle O'Neill's going to stay in. He's going to ride that hot hand, maybe see if he can get Kyle another 3 or so. So the zone is going to be awful small along that back line, but Halifax comes out in a 1-2-2 half-court trap. Good job by Pulaski. Don't want to come out this way, son. That high post, it's almost like we were talking about the zone a little bit. It's spread out as it is. That high post is wide open. If Josh or AJ1 could button up, and got JJ's in the middle now, turning face. Back to the corner. Good job. Good look for the Cougars. Well done. Well done. 16-11, and you gotta like to see those threes going down. The anatomy of an upset, if you want to call it that, is one of the key elements is you have to shoot the ball from three. They always say. So we've got a few threes going down. Good job by Halifax, moving it right to left, and Waller with a good finish inside. Again, I think if you're Pulaski, you take that shot. He wasn't able to square up. When Pulaski needs to catch the ball, very nice, very nice. Great job by McLeod. Like I said, that trap is kind of spread the Comets out a little bit, and Pulaski needs to be ready to attack. Clear the board, not in a hurry. You can hear Coach Kenoy talking to him. Let's Halifax back to a man. They've seen enough. The back-to-back threes by Pulaski gets them out of the trap. And it's good to see it didn't speed Pulaski up. That's a really good sign of improvement. Good play there by O'Neill. Out to Peyton. As you see, as this game moves along, if Pulaski keeps shooting the ball at this clip, I would imagine Halifax is going to have to increase their pressure. The other thing this zone has done is the way Halifax has deployed their men against it. They're not playing two posts in there, and so Pulaski has been able to rebound very nicely, doing a really nice job on the defensive glass. No need to hurry here. If they're not pressuring you, run your stuff, get the ball reversed. Nice little flex cut. And Pulaski's just taking the ball where they want to get it. And you can see Coach Williams and his staff on the Halifax bench, trying to urge their troops on. Hey, guys, we're not you got to guard somebody sometime. And there's another deflection, and here comes Pulaski right down the lane. Josh all the way to the hole. Ball didn't go in. I don't know how it came out, quite honestly, but it did. Don't get ahead of yourself. Bourne did a good job there. You're 2-on-1 in that fast break, and what you want to do is you want to make the guy defend you, and the Halifax defender never came across and took the drive away, so you go ahead and take that shot. Just tough break there, and then when you get it to that high post, you want to turn and face first. You can't go anywhere without the ball. So they called that foul on the ground. Halifax was lined up like they were going to shoot it. Pulaski not used to playing as much 2-3, so I tell you, that's a good-looking kid there for a sophomore. Cameron Roberts, 6'5", 205 sophomore, good-looking stroke. And as they move through this game, we'll see if Pulaski maybe can find him a little bit better in that zone. He looks like one that's
Cougar fouls on number 1.
Fouls on Gully.
It's our first foul. Team foul number 4 against the Cougars. We have a timeout on the floor. Timeout Cougars. It's a 30-second timeout.
30-second timeout, Pulaski County. What I was getting ready to say is you could, coming off the floor there, you could see Bourne and McLeod talking, and Bourne on his way to the hole anticipated that Halifax would sink more and that he would be able to kick it back out to one of the two corners, and that option wasn't available. It kind of left himself hanging up in the air where he had to go ahead and take maybe an early shot. Not a shot that he can't make, but maybe a shot that you can get. You can get just about any time there. So, still, with Pulaski up 8, you got to like where they are right here, and you can see the Cougar coaches were employing their troops there to turn the offense over just a little bit and don't get Pulaski comes out in a little 2-2-1 pressure here. Just take a little time off and see if Halifax will throw a crazy pass, and they did. But there's 10-15 seconds off the clock. Again, kind of slows the pace of the game. Ooh. Good job by Pulaski collapsing on that. That is exactly where and who you don't want to get the ball. Roberts there in the high post has already proven he can be very effective there. Patience. That shot's going to be available the way Halifax is playing defense. So there's Roberts again on a nice catch and a good finish here by Kevon Farrell. That's the first time really in this game, halfway through the second quarter, that's the first time this game that Halifax has been able to hurt them on the offensive glass. Pulaski up 6, 23-17 with 3:15 to go here. Good looking shot. It was in and out. Thought Kyle had knocked that one down. Here comes Halifax quickly. Not a bad chance there by Peyton. You have a chance right next to him. Lane Nestor checking in the lineup, going to check in for Peyton. As we've talked about and seen before, is Peyton misses a couple, he's just as likely to make the next 3 or 4. So just keep his head in the game, and he's done everything well so far. Just had he's knocked down a couple shots. So anyway, no need for Pulaski to. Clay Phillips there walling up nicely inside, and that's a pretty big wall. The 6'1" Pulaski senior is a mountain masquerading as a man out there. So he's in there to play defense and set screens and get on the boards here. So just want to make sure we're all above board here. No hurry. Up 6. As I said, you want to be aggressive when Halifax, takes himself or takes a bad chance on defense. But as long as they're sagging off and playing that sagging man-to-man, just get the ball reversed several times. This also gives AJ an opportunity to catch his breath here. There's that backside corner look. A good look there. And good finish. One thing about shooting a 3 and a long 3 is a lot of times a long rebound and a quick run out. And that's exactly what happened to Pulaski right there. You can't get yourself 3 of us. We're caught in no man's land right there. You have to either commit to going to offensive glass or commit to getting back. And it's what happened to us there. We used to call that no man's land. Good kick out by Phillips. And a 3 by Kyle O'Neill. certainly has that left-handed stroke looking good, and Pulaski's up 7 here, 26-19 with just a minute to go. Right here, you want to take the high post away and give them that for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Kanoy's calling out. We're going to take one shot right here, and that's exactly the right call, because if Halifax gets the last possession, then they're going to get the first possession second half. The possession here is going to Halifax, so AJ has to do it. Waller on the dunk, just a little careless out there, and that maybe comes from AJ not having come out of the game. But, down 5, good take by McLeod, but 15 seconds to go. So Pulaski needs to hurry back here. All right, they did. Good job. Halifax is going to get the last shots himself. So you have they only have time to pass it like one more time. Good block by McLeod, and Pulaski will take a 7-point lead, 28-21, into the locker room. Super job by Coach Kanoy deploying the 2-3 zone there. It had to be somewhat of a shot because you could hear Halifax calling out the plays as Pulaski was calling, so they certainly scouted us on film and stuff. But what they hadn't counted on is the 2-3 zone. It appears Pulaski played it the whole quarter there, the whole half, excuse me. And nobody's in foul trouble. Limited amount of turnovers offensively. Like I said, the recipe of an upset right there. You have to knock down shots. Pulaski down, he's certainly done that. You got to limit turnovers and fouls. Pulaski County's certainly done that. And sometimes you got to come up with something a little bit, I don't want to call it gimmicky, but something a little different there. And certainly Pulaski's zone defense was able to do that. I'm going to go ahead and cut off here for a second. I'll be back with you in about 5. Hey, here we are live back in the Cougar Den with you once again. This is Mark Hanks. I'd like to thank today's game sponsors: Professional Door in Dublin, Lewis Gale Hospital in Pulaski, Southwest Times in Pulaski, and also Pulaski Church of God on Bob White Boulevard. We'd like to thank these people for helping you bring these telecasts to you live and free all year long, and that's not something that a lot of schools can say. Most schools are charging, $5 to $10 for these fees, and once again, we really appreciate those guys. And here we go, second half. Pulaski again in the 2-3 zone. Let's see what adjustments maybe Coach Williams from Halifax has in store for us. If you're Pulaski, you definitely want to keep the ball on the high post, but obviously you want to be, and there's another turnover. Timeout, 30-second timeout, Halifax. There was a situation there where Peyton maybe got a little bit ahead of himself. You want to go ahead and attack off that steal if possible, but, 1-on-2 were the numbers there, and by the time I think he figured it out, it was too late. Halifax player did a nice job back tipping the ball, and it came loose. Halifax will have the ball on the turnover. So again, thank our sponsors: Lewis Gale Hospital in Pulaski, Pulaski Church of God, Southwest Times in Pulaski, and also Professional Door in Dublin. And here we are. Reset, really no harm, no foul, 30 seconds in, just like we started the half all over again. So that's, if you're Halifax, that's exactly what you want right there. Obviously, you want to finish it, but I think it stresses Pulaski in two ways. Obviously, Halifax is a little bigger inside, but also it potentially puts McLeod in a foul's way, harm's way, so to speak. So if you're Halifax, and they may or may not know that, but they probably, I would think that they would want to go at AJ and try to get him in some kind of foul trouble, because he's really the heart and soul of this team as far as driving this offense, getting into the lane and getting people shots and scoring as well. And he's been good in the zone today. But twice now Halifax has used their high-low, and I think Coach told him, said, look, we're going to get the ball inside, and if you shoot it, it better have gone inside first, which that's what I was telling Coach Vest at halftime. If I'm Halifax, I'm gonna come out here and try to deploy more of a double post offense. But there's what I'm talking about with AJ. He just gives them so much, and that's where maybe Halifax doesn't know the personnel. They have Wells on him, who's certainly, at 5'11", 180, big enough. But, AJ's basically our point forward there, and I would much rather have Cameron Roberts on him, or maybe even Kevon Farrell. But anyway, not my call. And AJ to the foul line, he knocks down the first one. Pushes Pulaski lead back out to 6. From up here, you can hear Coach Ganoy trying to make some adjustments in that 2-3 zone to keep that ball, out of the high and low post. Good play there and set the offense.
Goes to Halifax.
Pulaski went in a little bit more of a motion style offense, maybe trying to see if the back cut was available. Halifax still hasn't really, I would say, pressed out into the passing lanes to make that stuff available. And there's good ball reversal by Halifax and a 3 by Kevon Farrell. Quickly cuts it back to 3. Fouls on blue 5, Nasir Word, but Matabel Gully out there a little bit. Didn't really have anywhere to go with it. Quickly in for the Cougars, Kyle O'Neill, who played just really well in the first half, knocking down 8 for Pulaski, and Clay Phillips, who give him a little bit, get a little bit of a presence underneath on the backboard. So. And if they're not going to help right there, McLeod is going to have a field day. I just don't think that Word is big enough to hold his ground, and they're not helping to the ball. And quickly, Coach Williams gets number 12, Najee Ross, in the lineup, but I don't think he's going to be guarding Barry either. They switched it up here a little bit, and now Devon Jennings at 6'3", maybe a little better matchup, but it's not just the one-on-one matchup they have to win. They really, to help there, they really need to help more to the drive, the players. But then that's what AJ has done so well tonight. He's distributed the ball. He's kind of taken it when they haven't, like right there. Get Kyle O'Neill the shot, and O'Neill knocks another 3 down. 34-26, and that's what Coach Williams is telling Keshawn Wells in his ear right there. Son, you can't leave the shooter. You stun at the ball, and then you got to get back. He overcommitted. AJ did a nice job reading that. Halifax really got a lucky bunny right there. Clay Phillips had cleared the rebound and kind of stumbled on somebody that had fallen right there. McLeod comes to the sideline like he maybe did something to his shoulder, but hopefully he didn't. This is as well, the last 3 games span is as well as AJ's played in his career, and I certainly would like him to continue on here. As I told you, I think, the thinking was going into the year, Halifax and GW Danville were the 2 best teams in the region, and the way everything played out, they ended up being having to play each other in a play-in game the other night. And so Halifax is a low man standing there. Certainly if we could knock this out, you don't want to put the cart before the horse, but Amherst at 7-3, playing Blacksburg at Amherst tonight, and I wouldn't count Blacksburg out. Blacksburg with Brooklyn Vick, a little dynamo 9th grade point guard for Blacksburg. I wouldn't be surprised they're able to go down there to Amherst and take them because they have a couple of good post players inside. So I guess what I'm saying is Pulaski could win this one. I think they would be playing home in the regional championship with a Final Four berth on the line. Which, if you're telling me that 2 weeks ago, I'd have said, well, I don't think I would have said it was crazy because with COVID, we've found anything out in this last year. Anything basically is possible, more now than maybe ever before. Halifax coming out here with a little more energy, a little pressing up on the ball a little bit more. Good job there. That's what I was talking about. Najee Ross, stunned and recovered and made AJ back up a little bit. Fouls on number 42, Clay Phillips. Jaden Waller's coming into the contest now for the Comets, and he really gave them some good minutes off the bench in the first half. Scored on the fast break and scored inside. So 6-point ball game, 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. I mean, they, just want to think about again, that's a shot you'll have them take, and you can see Coach Williams like, why? You know, I'm sure that and then Waller trying to make up for it real quick. You can't make up, you know, just got to make it up with hustle, but you don't want to overcommit. Josh just a little bit maybe too patient there. He had him beat on the crossover to go ahead and get it into the offense instead of pulling it back out there. Phillips has the Halifax kid on his back there, but it doesn't look like he's not played a whole lot in there. It doesn't look like maybe Pulaski's ready for that. Good hands there by Roberts, but Pulaski, it's kind of a fine line right here. You got to stay aggressive. You have Halifax a little spread out there, but you can every time Pulaski runs a play here, you can hear the Halifax coaches calling out exactly what they're going to be running. So, like I said, they've somebody's giving them a good scout report. Or you don't get that off film. You don't get the calls off film. So somebody's giving them a pretty good scout report, and that's okay. That's what regional basketball is. Again, Pulaski got exactly what they wanted there. O'Neill's knocked that down all day, and Halifax just a little, you can see Ross there just wanting to speed the tempo up, and Wells checking back in, replacing Jennings. But once AJ was able to beat his man off the bounce there, he drew help, and O'Neill was able to get wide open. I think they're going to try to run some kind of a dribble weave here, and it's a kind of a clear out.
Timeout on the floor. Timeout Cougars. It's a 30-second timeout.
30-second timeout there by Pulaski. Just really to get him out of the corner. Referee Cam Spangler bringing the ball over for the Pulaski scorekeepers there to clean the ball off. Anytime it gets knocked out and in an area other than what's on the floor, they replace the ball in one of the COVID protocols, as well as all the players on the bench and the coaches wearing masks. Seems so really odd here, even though now we've kind of become accustomed to a lot of this stuff, to have a regional semifinal game, and I wouldn't even call this a scrimmage. There's usually a lot more people this than scrimmage. But we're going to go down under a minute here on this possession by Pulaski. AJ breaks the plane there. Just got to be careful. He's done a nice job to this date. Good job by O'Neill running it down. Down to 50. No hurry. I hope they understand that they have the possession error here. I think it would be a nice play by McLeod down to Phillips, and they were Halifax made a very nice deflection there and able to stay in bounds. I thought they were going to touch the ball when they were out of bounds, but
basket, Cameron Roberts.
Cameron Roberts just stayed active inside there, and Pulaski wasn't able to. Down to 15 seconds. Sometimes. 10-second violation. AJ was a little bit too slow coming up the floor, and it was a. Sean Wells really did a nice job that last couple seconds there, really making him cross the ball over one more time and taking a little time. Coach Kanoy getting AJ in right here. Down under 10 here. You don't want to let Halifax get a second shot, and they're gonna wind the clock down. They might not even get a shot off. I don't believe they did. Nope. Referee's waving it off. Very good. And Pulaski will stay up 34-30. The zone is really slowed Halifax down. I kidded to some people when we were in school. I said this in the first half. When we were in school back in the 70s, Halifax was in our district. It was over a 3-hour bus trip. So tennis team would leave at 9:30 in the morning to go to a tennis match. Golf team didn't even. They just left from school at 8 in the morning. So. It's quite a ride, and as a coach that's been on that school bus for 3 or 4 hours, you really, I was always concerned. I always wanted to try to get there early and just get them to walk around a little bit. And no offense, but I guess maybe the 3 o'clock start, they didn't want to get out of school too early. But we weren't able to start the thing to 3:15. Halifax didn't get here till almost 2:30. So by the time they were down here warming up, they didn't have time to do much of anything, to just get off the bus. So it'll be Pulaski County's ball, side out. Here we got 8 minutes to go for the regional championship. This is what you want right here to get to that game. This is all you can ask for. If you ask Coach Kanoy before the game, his thoughts and where he'd like to be going into the fourth quarter. If you told him he was up 4 with possession of the ball, he would have taken it. But Halifax changed defense. Look, good job by Coach Williams there. Pulaski team a little bit confused there. I think Pulaski's cut back on the turnovers, but the one thing they've done really well tonight is when they've committed those turnovers. Ooh, tough call there. I thought maybe Kyle had it in possession and Wells knocked it out, but Spangler didn't see it that way. Good double there. I'd stay on that double. Fouls on A.J. McLeod. That's his first personal. PA announcer about gave me a heart attack there. He said 5th, but he just A.J.'s first. And again, this is a good-looking sophomore you're looking at right here. Cameron Roberts, 6'5", 200-pounder. Can play inside and outside. (34-31). Again, Halifax drops back into that half-court trap. Pulaski needs to get the ball reversed, but get it into that high post area, and then Gully needs to turn and attack. You can't just play back and forth against this thing. Eventually you're going to turn the ball over because there's nothing to keep Halifax from gambling a little bit if you aren't going to make them pay, and that's exactly where you don't want to go with it. But get in there. Good job by Gully getting on the glass there. Halifax gets into their man-to-man. Really good catch there by Lane, but
Checking into the contest for the Cougars, number 3, Peyton McDaniel.
Josh Bourne there. Looks like he's cramped up there. His calf's cramped up, and he's been pretty much in the whole time, so it may be the case. But Peyton McDaniel's been sitting over here for a little while, and he's ready to play. There's Roberts again, all over the glass. If you're going to block one man out in the zone, you better find him. Now, back to a one-point game. Pulaski almost left A.J. high and dry out there in the trap. That's the third foul on Wells. Nasir Word back into the contest, replacing Ross. Jersey Johnson's going to check in. Halifax back into the man. They wanted to get Coach Kanoy calling that play from the sideline. Want to get A.J. down in the post. Work like a charm. Back to a three-point. Halifax not playing over top in the post. And A.J.'s really tough down in there when he makes his mind up that he's going to get to the hoop. And he certainly did there. 5:43, up 3. Good block out. That's a much better job. O'Neal got Roberts off the glass that time. Got to get the ball across. Don't want to get the 10-second call. Yeah, that's really giving Pulaski problems here in the second half. Waller created that with his pressure on the ball and then the back tip. And then a good assist there. He has really changed the complexion of this game out front with his defense. Wow, that's 2 or 3 Peyton just in and out tonight. Just, I mean, that's the shot you take. I mean, you're Pulaski, you got to remain aggressive, and he certainly can knock that down. You know, what you always hear, you got to block the shooter out. Roberts is just really coming into the second half with an aggressive nature to him. And we'll go to the foul line, and for the first time since about a minute into the game, Halifax will have a chance to take the lead here. First was good, tie ball game. First tie we've had since 3-3. Josh still trying to walk it off on the sideline, so I don't know. Good block out there by Gully. Looks like he's going to call a timeout. We have a tie basketball game with 4:43 again. I would think that Coach Kanoy trying to get something dialed up here where AJ can get the ball down in that low post area. Be interested to see if Halifax comes out in that half-court trap on this side out of bounds and maybe runs a fist action where they would trap the first pass in, or if they just come straight man. Well, I have a minute here. Again, I'd like to thank this year's sponsors, the Southwest Times in Pulaski, Virginia, the Pulaski Church of God on Bob Boyd Boulevard, Lewis Gale Hospital in Pulaski, and Professional Doors in Dublin. There's the first horn, and we're getting ready to get back to the action here. Halifax looks like they're going to come out in a man. Again, I think these kids have done such a good job, like really kind of creating their own environment and bringing their own intensity. So I think the matchup to watch here is that they've got O'Neal inside against Roberts. He's definitely not going to get it inside, but he's been aggressive, looking for a shot. And I tell you what, that Waller has been so good on ball with his defense, and then Halifax has the lead. A good finish here by Kevon Farrell, but again, Jaden Waller, number 4, and there he is again, pressuring up on the ball. And Pulaski just hasn't had an answer. AJ's their best ball handler, but they want to get him involved more in the offense. And if he has to handle the ball, he can't do it all. Coach Kanoy wanting a little bit of a foul, and he gets it right there.
Halifax foul number 4, Jaden Waller. That's his second personal foul. Number 5 against the Cougars.
Josh Bourne back into the game. It appears that Miss Jackie and Adam Veet are fine collegiate trainers here at Pulaski County High School. Got him all good to go. And so they'll run a little elevated play here to get the ball in bounds. And Bourne back in replacing Johnson. Let's see if they can't get AJ isolated in the post like they've been able to. Down 2 here, 3:40 to go in the game. Halifax defense certainly has picked up here in the second half. You never can know kids' psyche or anything, but maybe they felt like after they had beaten GW Danville that they had the whole thing won. But that's what we're talking about right there. Josh Bourne with where he started the game on. Big 3 for Pulaski County to take the lead. So important right here to maintain contact on for either team. Every possession means so much. When this shot goes up, they get a body on 14 to 15, and there's 15 coming to the glass. I mean, you have to come down. Kyle had Roberts blocked out, but Farrell came all the way in from the outside wing. That's the thing we talked about in the first half. It is hard to block out in the zone, but the zone has been terrific for Pulaski today, giving them a chance to take this thing. Good hustle by McLeod. Pulaski coming out here in a little bit of 2-2-1. I don't know if they're looking. He wants a little more pressure than what we saw in the first half. If he picks it up right there, that's a great place, almost a 10 count. But right here is where you could use a little bit of a home crowd to get your slides going a little bit on defense. And when that shot goes up, let's get some bodies on them. Again, I hate to be correct on that, but Pulaski maybe gave up 1 or 2 offensive rebounds in the first half, and they've probably given up 8 to 10 in the second half, and that's where Halifax has made their run. They're not shooting it any better than they did the first half, but they're getting 2 and 3 shots, as we've seen the last couple times down. Coach Williams just going to pull the ball right here. Pulaski going to go into the man. And I don't think you wait too long. Pulaski has 3 fouls. I think you want to be aggressive here. Down to minute 44. You got to foul 3 more times.
Josh Ward, that's his second personal foul. Team foul number 4 against the Cougars.
Coach Kanoy trying to relay to his team who exactly it is they want to put on a foul line, but at this point it really doesn't matter. The next 2 fouls are giveaways with the minute 44. Really would like to see him go for a hard steal. Don't just foul right there. Go for the ball. See what the referee gives you. Sometimes you never know. You certainly, I don't think, want Josh, committing another foul there. Got plenty of guys out there that don't have fouls. So, Josh, that's their third on Josh. Got 2 more fouls.
Cougar fouls on number 10. Caleb Leatherwood is his second personal foul. Team foul number 6 on the Cougars. Leader in the contest for the Cougars, number 4, Jersey Johnson. Also checking in for the Cougars, number 12, Jaden Krause. Number 22, Nate Akers. And number 11.
Got hockey substitutions there, but Coach Kanoy, I'm sure he doesn't want to get one of his starters with a foul here, so he's just going to keep the guys right here at the scorer's table. They're going to almost a hooking foul there. And they really wanted Jaden to foul right there. And that's what I'm talking about. You go for the steal. You go for the steal in that situation, which Kyle did a great job of, and went at a physical, and he got away with it. May or may not have been a foul, but in regional competition, I don't think it is. And so they turned it right around, and Pulaski's going to get the ball on the side out. Nice play there by Kyle O'Neill. And so Pulaski quickly gets their starters back in, and down one with 1:28. You're not in any hurry here. If you score too early, you got to turn around and you got to defend them, and that hasn't been our strength here the second half. But as I'm watching the two teams here, I can only imagine that Coach Kanoy is trying to get something drawn up there that's going to isolate AJ and give him the opportunity to drive the lane and kick it out to a shooter or get it all the way in, or isolate him in the post. If you're Halifax, they're coming out in a man. You can see that already, and you can see Coach Williams emphasizing to his team, you can't leave your shooters. You have to stun at the ball. You have to fake at the ball as much as possible to give help on the drive, but don't be up the line where you can give good help. That's the second horn. Pulaski needs to get on out on the floor here. And once again, you can hear the Halifax bench pouring their troops on. We got 1:28. Both teams' next foul. And boy, Waller almost fouled again there, but he didn't. Both teams are in the 1-1 on the next foul. So that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The kid's stroke is too good. It's too good. He's been pure 3 or 4 times today and just went in and out. So good to see for him, because I know how hard that kid works on his game. You want to see those type of kids succeed. He's always been able to shoot it, but he's filled his body out a little bit. So, I mean, it's not the game. That's what you got to – there's going to be a lot of possessions here, 1:14, up 2. So, like I said, both teams are in the bonus. So if you're Pulaski, I don't know the scouting report, so I don't know if any of these kids from Halifax are just really bad free throw shooters, but I would think 1 or 2 of them, they've missed their last 2 free throws. So I don't think you ever want to foul intentionally, but at the same time, you don't want to. Pulaski does not have any timeouts. Assistant coach Anthony Akers checking right now with the scorer's table, but Coach Kanoy wanted to go ahead and make sure everybody knew what was up there. So you don't want Pulaski to call a timeout and get a technical. So now Pulaski's bench imploring their team to play defense. You want to find where 14 is there. If Robert starts putting the ball on the floor, which he didn't, pull it out of there, Clay. AJ does. And you want to take your time. You got 3 on you, AJ. Head up. Oh, really right there. Farrah really bailed McLeod out, because they were 7 seconds into and Pulaski had kind of left him high and dry there. But he'll go to the foul line right here, shooting 1-1.
Shooting 1-1 for the Cougars. Number 5, AJ McLeod.
Good stroke there by McLeod. Knocks the first one down, 43-40. If you're Halifax here, it doesn't really matter, make or miss. You don't need a three-pointer. You need to get the ball down the floor and get to the rim and get to the offensive glass. That's what you need to do. You need to score. It doesn't matter whether you're down 3 or 4. Now, if you get a 3, you certainly go ahead and take it. But it does, like I said, you don't have to have it. So Coach Williams, I'm sure, wants to talk to his troops here. 36-6. He also getting a sub in there. Ross coming back into the lineup for them, maybe to give them another ball handler. These are also situations I'm sure Halifax hadn't been in too many of these this year. Honestly, I haven't seen the 3. So they've only played 3 games, so they can only have been in 3 of them. And I'm pretty sure Monday night they were able to put Danville away fairly early, I think. So these are all new situations. This is almost, with practice, this would almost be like where you would be your first game, 1st of December, not regional semifinal game in February. So I can only imagine what Coach Williams is. This has been a hotly contested game. All things considered, no crowd for the environment, but the kids have really brought the intensity on both sides, and it's been a pretty clean game. There's been a few turnovers on both sides, but nothing bad. Not a lot of fouls. The referees have done a good job, and let's see what we have here. 36 seconds remaining. Pulaski's going to stay in that zone, as you would think. I'm sure. I can only assume that Coach Williams putting Ross in. He's going to overload the side over there. And then back to Roberts. Halifax doesn't really have anybody. And that's why he put Ross in right there to take that shot. And he knocks it down. No timeouts, Pulaski. Coach Williams telling his team not to foul. 6, 5. I don't know if Gully sees the clock or not. I don't think he did. And we're going OT.
And at the end of regulation, we're still tied. Cougars 43. 43.
Good rebound there, and that's what Waller has really given Halifax the energy that they needed and lacked in the first half, the second half. He went up and over. I would like to once again thank our game sponsors. We got a little free basketball here, so while I'm at it, let me thank Professional Doors in Dublin, Pulaski Community Hospital, Lewis Gale, Pulaski Community Hospital, Southwest Times in Pulaski, and the Church of God on Bob White Boulevard in Pulaski. What? Point? Referees are searching for a coin here. This is unusual. They flipped there. They thought that they had the ball, but they don't. There has to be a coin toss to see who gets the ball. So very unusual there, but that's the way it is. And he'll have the coaches come out. Coach Kanoy doesn't yet know that there's going to be a coin toss. Well, got to say, an exciting finish to the game, to the regulation game there, and big move by Coach Williams, getting the Jay Ross in there, hitting that big 3 to put this thing in overtime. Ross getting some 5s from all his bench members over there, and Pulaski wins the toss, and they'll get the ball to start overtime here. 4-minute overtime. Normally you would have a jump ball, but the visitor gets the call at the beginning of the game. But going to overtime, you have first overtime you flip a coin. Good little play there. Halifax really reacted better. Good take there by AJ. Couldn't quite knock it down, but that's got the shot we wanted for sure. Pulaski in that 2-3 that they've deployed all game except the one time where they had to foul. Shot's going to be on Clay Phillips. The foul's going to be on Clay Phillips. So Cameron Roberts will go to the line. Coach Kanoy wants some explanation on that one. Raymond telling Coach Kanoy he kind of came up under him. And while Roberts knocks down the first one. Halifax switching out on the screens, making all the passing much, much more difficult than it was in the first half. I still think AJ did a nice job not getting in front of himself, but that's what he wants to do. Put pressure on the defense, and he'll have to make foul shots because they're really foul there was on 15, Kevon Farrell. That's his third personal. AJ at the line is still a 1-on-1 situation. A lot of bodies on the floor there. Pulaski County almost came up with it. Tough break for them right there now. Pulaski kind of has come out there. They're in the man now. Let's see what we've not really seen Halifax run their man, but I could have guessed that 14 would have been in front and center of it. Pulaski could get the ball in the middle quickly here. They could score on the other end with numbers. Good job by McLeod to get all the way to the hoop. Really frustrated with himself that he hadn't been able to knock one of those shots down. He's
at the line, shooting two shots for the Cougars. Number 5, AJ.
There's 5 fouls. It's a dead ball. That was the 4th foul committed there by number 15, Kevon Farrell. Much better stroke there. Never up, never in. And he switches the second one. Tie ball game again. Back to the 2-3 zone. Really have to focus on blocking number 15 and number 14 off. Actually, Waller got a key offensive rebound. I mean, you just got to turn. The guards got to sneak down in there and get their body on somebody. Good job by Pulaski. No need to chase him way out there. Back up, Josh. There you go. At some point, too, got to rebound it, got to block the shooter out. Good job by Phillips walling off there. It's a 1-and-1, and I think this is Wells' first trip to the foul line tonight. Halifax hadn't shot a lot of them, so big blockouts here by Pulaski. They got to get up the line here. Clay needs to, his first step needs to be up the line. Good stroke there by Wells. I tell you, Halifax does a nice job knowing where he is. The kid is some kind of player. I mean, his numbers might not look great because the game's 48-45, but I'm just here to tell you the kid can really play for a sophomore, 6'5", 200 pounds. But again, Pulaski's Achilles heel, like we talked about it early on in the game when we called the starting lineups out. Halifax starting 6'5", 6'3", 6'3", across that back line and 6'2" guard. They're just a whole lot bigger than Pulaski, and didn't use the advantage the first half. They had one offensive rebound, but certainly in the double-figure rebounds in the second half and overtime here today, and that's been the difference. You can point to a lot of things. You always hear the hardest thing to do in a zone, or one of the hardest things, A, is get back in transition, and B, get on the glass defensively, because it's you don't have set assignments to block out. But so you really just that's probably the only area when I've seen it really become an issue for Pulaski, the zone. They really look comfortable in it and done a super job in it. A great game plan by Coach Kanoy and his staff to come out here and force Halifax to beat them from the perimeter. And for 3.5 quarters, all was good. But a couple things made the difference. I think Roberts and Farrell referees. I think Halifax wanted a technical foul there. Pulaski had 6 players on the floor, and if you watched UVA last week, they certainly called it on UVA. But good take. So McLeod on a nice take. And certainly this has been McLeod versus Farrell for much of the night here tonight. And it's been fun to watch. 54 seconds to go in this overtime period. AJ can tie it up right here with this free throw. All the Pulaski guys are off the line, so all the confidence in the world in AJ knocking this one down. And he does. Good stroke there. Timeout Halifax. So here's your cat and mouse. It's Halifax has committed 10 fouls, so Pulaski's in the double bonus. Pulaski is 1-1. Do you allow Halifax to go all the way down, run the clock out, and then and play for the win, or do you go ahead and foul him early, knowing it's a 1-1, if you've got a guy in mind? I see Clay Phillips going back into the lineup, so I would think Pulaski's going to stay in that 2-3 zone if Halifax allows them. But even if you're comfortable running it down to the end, if you're Pulaski and playing for the next overtime, then that's fine. Or if you're Halifax, are you going to hold it out? You don't have to come out. There's not enough time to force them to come out and play man-to-man. You don't have to do that anymore like you used to. So So it'll be interesting to see this cat and mouse between these two coaches. A lot of things can happen in this next 54 seconds. One thing you don't want to have happen is Pulaski to pick up a technical for not coming out of the huddle here. So Pulaski, I guess, has the biggest lineup across the back line that they can possibly have. They've got Underwood and Phillips in there, back there with McLeod, and Gully and Josh Bourne at the top there. Gully certainly can crash down and help on the boards as well. So let's see what Halifax has in mind here. And that's going to be it. It's going to come down to it here. The one thing that Coach Williams didn't do that he did at the end of regulation is he didn't get Ross in there, number 12. But he does have a couple people out on the floor who can shoot the ball. What we've seen so far tonight on both teams is they've waited too long to get into their offense and they haven't been able to get a good shot off. Halifax runs their through set, gets Roberts through, and he's not going to get a good shot. This game's going to go double overtime. Good job by Pulaski. Good job by Pulaski. And a nice job there. I tell you, a lot of players, a lot of teams would have gone for the three-pointer. Again, they've got to flip the coin to see who gets the ball here. But a lot of teams would have gone for three there, down three like with Pulaski. And I think Halifax anticipated that. AJ gave a little hesitation at the top and blew right by his man and was able to get the old-fashioned three-point play to tie the thing up. But even if he hadn't, Pulaski was in good shape, could foul with a 1-on-1. So anyway, now we're in double overtime. Same thing. Pulaski again wins the coin toss and will get the ball to start this. Let's see how both teams come out defensively. I would assume that Pulaski is going to stay. Pulaski's going to stay in the 2-3 to start with, certainly. Well, let's see. Halifax has changed up and trapped a little bit, but their man has become so much more aggressive, and they switched out on a couple screens, which seems to have bothered Pulaski a couple times. They have turned the ball over a little bit more in the second half, but still have done a nice job. But, through the first overtime, 48-all, I would think the pace would certainly favor Pulaski. Pulaski going to run a little bit of a motion offense here. Don't seem to be in too much of a hurry. Coach Williams still not enough. If you're going to come out and double him, or you're going to come out and pressure him like that, you're going to come out and pressure McLeod, you've got to bring two, I think. You got to make him give it up. He is the lone Pulaski County player that can break the defense like that down. And so McLeod will be shooting two here. First stroke is good. It's a couple really clutch free throws in a row by McLeod. It's good to see because there's going to be more free throws shot here. And you can just see the confidence of McLeod. It's so nice to see. Just a little tempo press there by Pulaski. Don't want Halifax. If you're, going to know the numbers here. Good defensive possession there by Pulaski County. Don't know if that's it. And here we have the same tempo. Roberts guarding McLeod. Referee just now starting the count. AJ pretty good at this. They're controlling the tempo. I don't think Roberts. Good defense there on the part of Roberts to block the shot up top cleanly. Let's get a nice job getting back. If you're McLeod, you want to remain aggressive there. I mean, you can question the shot a little bit, but he's pretty close to getting himself back to the foul line. And as long as you got, you don't want to. If you take all their aggression out, you're going to throw the ball away. So I like their aggression. I think he's got to read that second defender, and that second defender comes. He's got to go ahead and again, same thing. 2 minutes down. Right here, if he Pulaski coaches, really, I think, with tie game, minute 30. He got fouled right there, and there was no call. Referee indicated it was ball, but I don't think so. Ball doesn't sound like skin. Pulaski back in the zone. Let's see what Halifax does right here. They seem to content to hold it. If they are, in fact, going to hold it for the last one, I would assume coach goes ahead and brings it all the way down. That is something that you would never see. I'm sure Waller thought he was well outside the free throw line, but as you look in, he's standing right in the middle of the lane there. And nobody saw it other than the official, because normally your coaches would be yelling at you to get out of there. So flip-flop. Pulaski has the ball. I would think that Coach Kanoy has the offensive lineup that he wants in the game. So I don't think he's going to make any. He's not going to make any. I don't think he's going to make any lineup adjustments. If he's not, let's just see what he comes up with here. Do you go ahead and take? Halifax is so aggressive defensively right now, I think it'd be really dangerous to try to run it all the way down and take the last shot. So I think you got to look for maybe Halifax to trap. I believe I would. I don't think, if I'm Halifax, I'm not going to let Pulaski play for the win right here. One way or the other, something's going to happen, but I guess that's just my nature. But Halifax I would think is going to come out and at least trap or try to pressure the ball and make Pulaski make a play. So if you're Pulaski, you got to be ready for that. And if you're, the last 2 shots ago, I thought AJ had a really good chance to kick out with that last shot. I mean, I don't think you're going to get a better shot than that. And like I said, I thought maybe there was a little skin slap there, but the referees didn't call it, so it wasn't a foul. Bottom line, and you play on. And I think Pulaski, as I was watching them throughout the year, not always been the best maybe at going to the next play, but I think tonight the coaches have had them prepared for this. And looking into the huddle right there, I had a pretty good view of that. The last things that Coach Kanoy said, he got all of them's eye contact and said, we're going to win this thing right now. And he said it 3 times. And I think if you're Pulaski right now, that you have to feel good on your chances. Halifax is back to half-court trap up, but like I said, they're not going to let Pulaski play for the win here. If you're Pulaski, you got to be aggressive enough and get the ball in the high points. Gully's wide open there. Good look. We'll take that. Oh, my goodness. Jump ball. It's Halifax ball. So So other than losing the possession area, no big deal. I'm telling you, McDaniel's stroke has been so solid tonight. He's had at least 3 do that, and Coach Williams going to get Ross in, number 12, in for Halifax. He's the one that hit the big 3 to put this thing in overtime, and they're going to run it down. Again, you get so focused sometimes on who's taking the last shot, but seen some more games are won by tip-ins right here than the last shot itself. So I know I've been a broken record, but you're going to have to get a body out. But Halifax, I believe, is going to bail them out again. Take that shot so late, they weren't able to get another one off. And there we go. That's the second overtime. I'm going to bring this up because this is a painful childhood memory, but Pulaski, our very first year, I was an 8th grader. Pulaski played Halifax, and both teams were like 8-0 going into it, ranked in the state, and had really, really good clubs. And the game went 5 overtimes, and Halifax beat us in 5 overtimes. I just remember sweating it out. And if you're Pulaski right now, you got to look for a couple things. McLeod has not been out, so other than to get a drink of water right before the end of a quarter. And you can tell, let's look at the bench, he's pretty tired right now. Bourne, pretty tired right now. So Coach Kanoy, you can hear him telling his guys he's anticipating that Halifax will come back out in that 1-2-2 trap, and which I would if I were. It seemed like it seemed to really throw Pulaski off a little bit, but he's telling JJ Gully, get in the middle and shape up and make sure you're open and ready to make a play in there. So here we go, 4 more minutes of free basketball. If you're watching this and expecting the girls to play at 6, they still very well might, but you just never know. We might be here for a while. And Halifax comes out in a straight man-to-man. Pulaski going to look, AJ going to look to break it down, but this time you can tell Halifax helping more into the middle. And Roberts all the way to the rim and the score. Good move there by McLeod, again, getting to the rim. Again, on the last one, it was close. Cougar bench certainly wanted a foul, but Raymond Williams assured him there wasn't nothing there. And play on, and if you want to get picky about it, Roberts is probably fouled down here on his layup, and there was no call there either. So. Pulaski once again going to pull it out, rely on McLeod getting into the lane, find his shooters. You got 3 guys out there. I guess everybody out there has hit a 3 tonight, other than McLeod. McLeod being tightly guarded there by Wells. Again, no need to get in a hurry. If you're Pulaski, you want to space it out. They got their shooters out there. O'Neal and McDaniel down in the corners. They'll certainly take a 3 by either one of those guys. And he's going to get called for a walk here. He got a little bit ahead of himself. tell you, as the game has gone on, it's been Roberts versus McLeod more and more. Roberts even gone to playing point guard for Halifax now. Foul's going to be on Cameron Roberts there. That's only his second, but McLeod will go to the foul line and shoot the double bonus.
Double bonus for Cougars. At the line shooting 2 shots is number 5.
Just like what was last time on Pulaski's end, I think the referees have let it, not get out of control, but they're certainly going to let the teams win the game. They're not going to call a little ticky-tack foul. And Coach Williams thought that Pulaski fouled Roberts on that one. So he's Coach Kanoy is going to looks like he's going to get Clay Phillips in the lineup to if McLeod makes one or both of these to kind of bolster the zone up. And there's another free throw. AJ's made 3 or 4 now. And a good stroke there. The thing here with 1:20, if Pulaski is able to offensive rebound, they want to quickly get the ball to McLeod, I think. If he doesn't get the rebound, you want to quickly make sure that he goes and gets it right here because you definitely want him shooting the free throws. As the referees switch out another ball and Shea Dunnigan cleans the basketball, I will remind you that our girls will be playing at 6 o'clock versus the Salem girls in a regional semifinals. And I also want to bring this up, as we talked about this earlier, and I don't know if you were with us. In past years, if you won the regional semifinal game, you were automatically in the state tournament, like our girls were a couple years ago. Remember, they played in their regional championship versus Carroll County and lost that game, but made it to the quarterfinals and then won and then turned around and beat Carroll County. Not going to happen this year. You have to win the region. There's only going to be 4 teams, 1 from each region, making no state quarterfinals this year. And while I'm thinking about it, once again, let me remind you that we're so proud to have great sponsors. Southwest Times in Pulaski, Lewis Gale Memorial Hospital in Pulaski, Bob White Boulevard Church of God in Pulaski, and Professional Doors in Dublin. And here we go. Pulaski's up 2, still in the zone. Again, he's subbed Underwood and Phillips in there to make it a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger across the back line. And that's a little better there when Roberts went baseline, when he looks up and sees Phillips coming, and then, wow, that's a huge 3 by Wells. To have the courage to take that shot in the third overtime when you haven't scored in a while is something. It's a full timeout. Halifax taking that timeout. 53 seconds, they're up 1. So it'd be interesting to see what they do. Did they come back and get back into that man-to-man like they were in the first half? Or do they play the more aggressive style, knowing they're up 1, and also knowing if they foul, they put Pulaski at the line on the double bonus? Both teams have 1 timeout remaining. If you have a hard time keeping up with that, you get an extra one every timeout, every overtime that you play. So Pulaski used all theirs in regulation, but you get one for every overtime you play. So anyway, Halifax hadn't used all theirs. They had a couple left there, so they quickly called that timeout. Pulaski has put yet another shooter in the game as freshman Lane Nestor has also entered the contest, and he's going to run the early cut. You got to be strong with the ball right here if you're Pulaski. And Wells playing dead behind. You just can't. You know the ball is going to go to McLeod there. You have to know it is, and so you have to deny that. So we got a double bonus here for McLeod. I look for if he makes the first one, I look for Coach Kanoy to again make a defensive substitution. But like I said, AJ is. And like I thought has just been his pattern here the last couple overtimes. AJ comes up a little bit short on that one. And that's the risk sometimes you take when you go offensive defensive substitution. But I think Pulaski's just fine. Again, that'll be Halifax's last time out. A couple people on the Pulaski bench thought that they didn't have any more. They were hopeful almost that that was going to be a, if you call a timeout when you don't have one, it's a technical foul. But so we're getting all that straight now. Pulaski has one timeout. Halifax has 0, but you at home knew that because I just told you that 30 seconds ago. So, again, let's you got 7.3 seconds. If you're Pulaski, you are in a 1-and-1, but you're not looking to foul here. I would assume they're going to stay in the 2-3 zone. He's able to get his defensive substitutions in, so Underwood and Phillips are back in, along with Gully, McLeod, and Bourne. Well, Keyshawn Wells just hit a 3. So I wouldn't be surprised if he takes the shot. But they're going to start Roberts on the right side and go immediately swing him through. So he's going to look to make a play. And Halifax again didn't get a shot off.
55, Collins, 55.
They ran Roberts. They were running Roberts through to the corner, and they took the action away from him. I'm pretty sure it's not what Coach Williams wanted right there. Maybe a ball fake away from it and then come back to him. But here we are, 4 overtimes. And again, if you're Pulaski, you would have taken this from the get-go. Halifax finally won a coin toss. That was gonna get past all those head tails trials we used to do in algebra class. That was going to be borderline impossible if Coach Kanoy kept winning the coin toss. But now both teams get another timeout. So now Halifax will have one timeout. Pulaski now has 2 because they didn't take one that time when they had it. So Pulaski will have 2 timeouts, and they'll be back on defense right here. So it'll be very interested to see right here what they do defensively. Halifax being really patient against 2-3 as they've been all night. Whipping around to Roberts. No good, but there's that defensive board. That time, Devon Jennings with the big board, and he'll go to the line and shoot 1-1 right here. Big blockouts. You got a sub. Kyle O'Neill checks in for Clay Phillips. If you're AJ, you really want to. You're going to have to get up the lines here and make sure you get Cameron Roberts off the glass. And same thing with Gully, as Waller's been stellar on the boards too. But no need to worry about that, as Jennings strips the first one to put the Comets up by 1. And the second one's good. This is not something you see every night. The Salem girls got here, and hour before tip-off, and the Pulaski County administration has to take them around back so they don't come through the gym. Not something you see every day. Anyway, back to the game here, and Halifax a little bit more passive in their man. Gully with a good take, but he can't quite get all the way to the glass with it. Let's see what happens with Pulaski here. Pulaski can go ahead and go man-to-man, come on out of the zone. But I'd say the same thing to them. Pretty sure, they're gonna come to Roberts at some point. You got to deny him the basketball down low. But it looks like Halifax pretty comfortable just kind of running a high weave here, and there comes Roberts. And a good rebound by Peyton McDaniel. AJ did a nice job offensively, but Josh Bourne with a really heady play there had Jennings known. All he had to do is just turn around and Pulaski had gotten screened off there. And misses the first, and big blockouts here on either side. Especially Gully. So hopefully O'Neill and Gully can get Roberts off the glass here. But again, no need there. Good stroke there by Jennings. Up 3. No need to look for the 3. Just Coach can always want to go ahead and get a timeout and make sure he has what he wants in place here. Full timeout. Pulaski will still have 1 timeout remaining. And as we've seen in these other overtimes, still a lot can happen in this final minute and a half. As you see on your screen there, the Southwest Times and Pulaski has been serving Southwest Virginia before I moved here in 1964. So been with us for a long time, and we really appreciate them supporting Pulaski County Athletics like they have this year and for the last since 1974-75 when this school opened. And before that, supporting Pulaski and Dublin high schools. It's been super. Lewis Gale Memorial Hospital in Pulaski, they, for the last 30-some-odd years, they have given our kids free physicals in May so they can, so no kid is left out. All kids that want to play and couldn't possibly maybe afford a physical are able to take it. So kudos to them. Gary and Travis Williams and Professional Doors in Dublin, a great sponsor of ours, and Church of God in Bob White Boulevard. Pulaski keeps coming out late out of these huddles. I would not, you don't want to see something like that in a regional game, but if they continue to do that, you don't want to see something like that. Pulaski got Lane Nestor back into the lineup. Very close to coming off Nestor's hands there. Wells has played really sticky defense here this second half, as well as all the comments say. You really have to come around in triple threat possession, have that thing under your chin and protect the basketball, as you see Josh do right there. Right now, Halifax is pretty much looking to get Pulaski to take the shot they want him to take. That Euro step, almost to finish again by McLeod. He has just been too much for Halifax to guard out there tonight. And with the way Pulaski has spaced the floor with their shooters, they're just unable to double him. McLeod makes the first. 58-56 Halifax as Coach Kanoy gets Jersey Johnson in for Josh Bourne. It's as much probably a defensive substitution, but that's as much. Josh is kind of struggling there with cramps, and so it's a good chance defensively to get him out of there. And if McLeod makes this one, then he does not. He had a couple more subs in there, but I'm sure he'll bring them back from the bench now. Johnson guarding Roberts out front. McLeod, and that's to be the 10th team foul, so now we got a double bonus. Jennings, who's been to the foul line a couple times already here in these overtimes and looked pretty good doing it. I think he's 3 for 4 in overtimes. Pulaski got to hope that maybe he misses one of them.
Daniel, assist by McLeod. Time out on the floor. Timeout, Cougars. Would also in for the Cougars. Cougar fouls on number 1, J.J. Gully. That's his second personal foul. At the line shooting 2 shots for Halifax, number 14, Cameron Roberts. Checking in for the Cougars, number 2, Josh Moore. Number 14, Lane Nestor. Number 5, A.J. McLeod. Cougar foul. It's on number 14, Lane Nestor, his first personal foul. At the line shooting 2 for Halifax, number 14, Cameron Roberts. Halifax foul. It's on number 5. I see your word. That's his second personal foul. At the line shooting 2 for the Cougars. Number 1, J.J. Gully.
Sorry. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. J.J. Gully hits the first. Am I on now? Check, check. But I'm live now. Am I good? So Gully hits them both. I apologize for that. I was kicked off the circuit there for a minute. But again, Roberts, so tough down low, as he has been all night. You can't say it enough. I mean, he's just playing over top the smaller Pulaski County back line. Not a lot more. They have good defense there. Had a hand in his face. He was able to knock that down. So 320. As I said, I don't know when I was knocked out. I guess I missed the whole last overtime, but I was over there just talking away, and apparently I got kicked out of the room. But I'd like to once again, if I didn't get in last time, thank the Southwest Times and Pulaski for being a long-time sponsor of Pulaski County Athletics, even before this school was born in 1974. Pulaski Community Hospital does our kids' physicals and have for 30-some years now sponsored that for our kids to have free physicals. Professional Door in Dublin, Gary and Travis Williams, and Pulaski County Church, Bob White Church of God. Let's see what Coach Williams has in mind here to defend McLeod. Pulaski has shot the ball well enough from all the other positions where those guys really can't pull in. And when they have pulled in, AJ has done a super job finding them. You don't want to get too far in front there. That's a good job by Jennings keeping him in the front, and he, just want to get close enough to get a count going. If you're not a basketball aficionado, you have to remain in close guarding position, which is basically 5-6 feet. And once the defender gets that position, you have to break the plane and get into a scoring position. It used to be hash marks, but they don't really use those anymore. They don't have them. But AJ, as he was coming in, AJ read that very nicely and created a contact there. So he's there shooting 2. First one's up and good.
Checking in for Halifax, number 12, Najee Ross.
Good. Excellent job by J.J. Gully. Pulaski got the ball and up now one. Really good play there by J.J. Getting inside and pulling it away and then making the save. A lot going on there in that one play. Can't emphasize enough. Now, this is a matchup that favored Halifax early in the second half here with Waller doing a really nice job pressuring the ball and knocking it away a couple times. So at some point, and it's still kind of early. So the walking violation called against McLeod right there, and so Coach Kanoy going to take AJ out, let him get a little water here, replace him with Clay Phillips. As much as energy as he's having to exert on offense, I'd say that's pretty good. Well, that's a walk as well. And so now AJ going to come right back in for Clay.
In for the Cougars, number 5, AJ McLeod.
These referees have earned their money today. We've played 20 extra minutes of basketball here. I don't know if Jerry Spangler's going to pay him overtime tonight or not. And considering one of them's his son, maybe he should think about it. On normal occasions, McDaniels would have pulled that one, but up one with 1:40. I like it. And I like the fact that Pulaski's gotten other people involved in handling the basketball here. And
Halifax foul, number 14, Cameron Roberts. That's his third personal foul.
Roberts commits his third foul.
Shooting 2 shots for the Cougars.
And if O'Neal scored early in the first half, I don't think he scored in the second half or in overtime. So these are maybe he shot a free throw. Never up, never in, kind of like a putt in golf. Got to get that thing over the front of the rim and give it a chance to go in. Much better looking stroke there, more height to it. Up 2 now. Kind of back to where we were early on. We know 12 can shoot the ball over there, and we know that guy can play. And certainly, good take there. You would think by this time he would be wearing down, but no, he makes a really good play there. And one. Super play there by Roberts. Just really unfortunate, and that's what I was talking about early on. Pulaski got caught, had the ball, and weren't able to get McLeod into the lineup for the offense-defense substitution. So, minute 6. And a little spurt there by Roberts. Just like that, a bucket, a steal, and a three-pointer. And Halifax back up by 3 here when it looked just like a minute ago that Pulaski had the advantage. AJ creating a double gap there, and then Bourne back in. Good. Roberts again with a big rebound and foul on McLeod. Pulaski certainly got the looks they wanted right there with 24-6 to go. But that's why Coach Kanoy was doing the offense and defense too. Not only the rest of them, but AJ had 4 fouls, and that's going to be his 5th foul. So if this is to be his last game, what an excellent game AJ McLeod played. And
shooting 2 shots for Halifax, number 14, Cameron Roberts.
In and out, still life with Pulaski. Roberts makes the second. We talked about that earlier. You don't have to take a 3. You just have to you have to score. You have to do it now. You can't wait. No. Excellent job by Halifax jumping the handoff there. I think I would stay away from that. I'm not sure, what AJ gave Pulaski is the ability to get by, but there goes Josh Bourne doing the same thing, getting to the rim.
Josh Bourne. Timeout on the floor. Timeout Cougars. Number 12, Jake Krause returns for the Cougars.
Seems to be some dispute. Halifax thinking maybe there should be more time off the clock than what there is. There's 12 and a half seconds. 71-69 Halifax. Not sure. I mean, it was 22 or 3 seconds. Pulaski certainly didn't take too much longer than that to get. Josh kind of got the ball and went all the way to the hole. So, Pulaski's going to foul immediately here. Roberts has been the primary ball handler for Halifax. He's also missed a couple free throws. So, I mean, in for Halifax on this possession will be number 20, Adam Palmer, as well, who's only been in the lineup just for a minute or two in one of the early overtime. So I doubt he'll have his chance to. Jennings and Roberts are going to be the ones handling the ball. And if your Gully can slide off and double team one of those guys. And that looks like that's going to do it. They sent Roberts long on the fly pattern, and Pulaski had defenders there to make the play, but just not unable to do it. I'm going to make my way over to the scorers table and stay with you here for a couple minutes, and then give you the final scoring in this 5 overtime regional semifinal game, and then we'll probably won't go too far away. The girls will be coming in about 30 minutes. And there you have it, 75-69. Halifax survives and advances. If there is, I mean, that's that was a really good job by both teams staying in there. I'm going to make my way here and tell Roberts, great game. What a fine game it was McLeod versus Roberts there for much of the night. And I'm going to check in with the scorekeeper here. Okay, back here real quickly. This is Mark Hanks coming to you from Pulaski County High School, where we've just seen a 5 overtime extravaganza versus visiting Halifax County Comets. Came into the Cougar Day and will leave victorious. That would have been make that 3-hour bus ride a whole lot better. So I'll give you the visitors, the victorious team first, led by an outstanding effort by 6'5" sophomore Cameron Roberts with 36 points. Followed by Kevon Farrell with 14, Keshawn Wells 7, Devon Jennings 6, Najee Ross 3, Jaden Waller 4, and Nasir Word 1. For the Cougars, they were led by senior A.J. McLeod, an outstanding effort, 28, Kyle O'Neal 13, Peyton McDaniel 12, Josh Bourne 8, J.J. Gully 7, and Lane Nestor 1. what an outstanding high school basketball game it was. It's just a shame that there couldn't have been fans in here to see it. I'll be back with you here in about 15 minutes to talk to you about our upcoming girls game.
Starting it forward, wearing number 0, Allie Leader. Starting at guard, wearing number 4, Paige Huff. Starting at guard, wearing number 5, Jaden Lawson. Starting in forward, wearing number 12, Cheslin Secret. And starting in forward, wearing number 13, Taryn Blankenship. The Cougars are coached by head coach Scott Ratcliffe, assisted by Rick Secret and Sean Lawson. Your officials for today's contest are Mr. William Dixon, Mr. Dennis Blanchard, and Mr. Jeff Feldhouse. Your official book is done by Mr. Rodney Young, and your official clock keeper is Harriet Barrett. It will be Spartan's ball to start the contest. Spartan's foul is on number 44, Abby Baker. That's her first personal foul. Team foul number 1 against the Spartans on the line shooting the 2 for your Cougars. Number 0, Allie Leaner. It's Cougar ball. Okay, now the ball goes to Salem.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Sorry about that. Good move by Fleener. Blankenship on the backside boards. And that's what these girls do such a good job of. They really attack the offensive glass on that backside. Good hands there. Paige Huff from behind. 4-0 Pulaski County. The winner of this game will play for the regional championship. And it will not be UC Glass they will be playing. Good hands there by Jane Lawson. The Glass girls, as the boys did last week, dropped out due to COVID concerns. And they were the other top seed in the region along with us. Foul called on Taryn Blankenship. Her and Mariah Hill kind of tied up there inside, but Lawson extending the pressure a little bit. They can't get the ball out of Scales' hand here. Again, another turnover. Here come the Cougars. Quickly ahead Huff. Good block there by Scales. Good look for Huff from three. And quickly, Pulaski up 7-0 on the heels of 3 Spartan turnovers. Salem's done a good job initially against the trap, but it's kind of when they get down in there, and that a lot of times that's what pressure will do. It'll make you speed you up a little bit, make you play a little bit faster than you want to do, and I think that's exactly what Coach Rackford had in mind, as that's the 4th turnover, and we're not even halfway through the first quarter here. Good job by Salem sliding in the zone and able to create a turnover on their own. Good follow in there by Baker. That's not something Pulaski normally does, give up a lot of offensive rebounds, and they gave up 2 right there. Something I think you'll see as we go through this game, Salem is really, their 2 guards are really playing wide up top there. And whoever's getting the ball, that time it was Lawson up top, could really just ball fake to the wing and just drive it right down the gut and create a lot of problems for that Spartan zone. Krieger with the defensive board. Pulaski back into the front court. Now this time it's Huff up top. But they do a good job high-low, good catch and finish by Fleener. Pulaski right back into that 3-quarter court trap. Again, as much as anything, it takes the ball out of Scales' hand, and Salem with a 30-second timeout. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Southwest Times in Pulaski, Lewis Gale Memorial Hospital in Pulaski, Lewis Gale Community Hospital, Bob White Church of God in Pulaski, and Professional Doors in Dublin. We thank all these sponsors for allowing us to bring to you these ball games. Is tonight, the regionals, we don't even have parents in here, so it's only the teams and the referees and the people at the scores table, and that's it, other than administration. So during the season, we were allowed up to 25, and that mostly just was the parents, and we had to actually switch out JV to varsity, but the regional rule is that there are no fans allowed. So here we are at 4:05 remaining in the first quarter in the Cougar Den. I'm Mark Hanks, and just feel really fortunate and blessed that Coach Vest asked me to do this, and I hope you've enjoyed our commentary through the year. Pulaski, again, really aggressive in that zone, and that'll force another backcourt. My count right, that's 5 turnovers already, and this is kind of, obviously this is the start you want, but when you're a pretty heavy favorite like Pulaski is, and you got another game to play this week, hopefully, you want to go ahead and do your bidding early, and there's Paige Huff with another 3, almost goes in. The referee called White, but he pointed towards Salem. Fleener open for 3, and she'll let it go. Krieger again on that backside rebound. But Salem comes out of there with it, though, and quickly up ahead. And Scales is going to get all the way to the rim with it and get fouled. Good look there by Mackenzie Moran to get the ball inside the Scales, and she'll go to the foul line. Scales up and good with the first one. Pulaski's had a couple good looks at the three here, but other than the first one they hit with Huff, not been able to get them to go down. Salem doing a good job matching up with the shooters in his zone at the present. Back off Huff there. Good hustle there by Fleener, keeping the ball alive. Good job by Salem matching up, but good patience by Pulaski as well. I mean, certainly, like I spoke to earlier, you want to go ahead and get a working margin going here, but good job by Salem. They tackled getting Aaron Russell in the lineup. He's going to replace Seekers. In for the Spartans, number 24, Mila Green. Little clock problem. 2 minutes remaining in the quarter. There's another turnover against that trap. The trap's been effective. Pulaski just has not been able to convert down here quite as often as we would like. Good play by Green, almost with the steal out front. Again, Scales almost off to the races there. Pulaski kind of working it around the arc a little bit too much. You got to get some direct drive action, either with the pass or the drive. There's a good screen against the zone. Foul's called on Green. That's her first. Team foul number 2. There's the three they've been looking for, and 12-4. See if Cougars can right back in that trap. Spartans have had problems with it. And there's a deflection again. Pulaski not quite come up with it. Scales going to the rim. Pulaski County will get that call. Tori Vest will come in real quick to give Allie Fleener a blow with 37 seconds to go. 12-4 Pulaski. Interested to see what they do here. They haven't opted very many times this year to run the clock all the way down and get the last one. See what they do here. And they are this time. Make me have to be a liar, but Salem came on out, pressure the action a little bit. As we saw a couple of times in that early game. Moran all the way to the rim, got the steal on one end, and got all the way to the other end.
At the line, shooting 2 shots for the Spartans. Number 40, Mackenzie Moran.
Ran off on the first one, just 0.6 seconds, so there's really no, unless Salem gets a tip in here, there's no time to put 2 hands on the ball and bring it down. The clock will run out automatically. Makes the second. So 12-5. Good quarter there by Pulaski. Really kind of ignited there by a couple of threes by Paige Huff, but also the three-quarter court press that Pulaski has applied has really caused Salem problems. They've not been able to get into into any offense. It sped them up a little bit. Last I checked, they had like 6 turnovers against it. So if Salem can shore that up a little bit, it certainly would behoove them to get more shots up on the rim. If you're Pulaski against that zone, I like the action they did that one time. Krieger screened the guard up top, and it seemed like it gave him a little bit more, gave him a little bit better look there. But Pulaski really likes to get that thing down in the corner and then hit a cutter kind of coming from the wing or from the high post down. Salem's done a nice job taking that away from the most part. So maybe give them a different look. And like I said, their guards are really spread out up top. So as on ball reversal, maybe if they go a ball fake, I think they'd have a gap there to drive. Pulaski's going to be getting the ball here to start the second quarter. Both teams, it looks, Pulaski at least has their starters back in. So Seacrest, Flinter, and Blankenship all back in for the Cougars. Good skip back pass by there, Pulaski. Salem really going towards favoring the ball and moved the whole Salem zone to one side. They were able to skip it over to Lawson. I thought they had called a walking there on green. She certainly looked to slide a pivot foot. I guess Seacrest was the reason. Maybe she gave her a little nudge there. But Pulaski in that 2-3. Baker over to Green for the 3. Not there. Let's see if Pulaski can come out of there on the fast break. But I often said the best way to beat a zone is to beat it up the floor. Pulaski doesn't look to run very often, but they do a really nice job. Really nice job when they do. They have a lot of girls that can finish. And Coach Ratcliffe with a quick 30-second timeout. Didn't seem like he was real pleased with what's going on in that zone offense. While we have a quick break, I'd like to remind you that this is a regional semifinal. And in years past, if you won the region semifinal, you were automatically in the state tournament. But this year, they reduced the state tournament. They don't have the state quarterfinal. So you do have to win the region. We're in Region 4D, but we are the number 1 seed. And I guess the number 2 seed is DC Glass, and they were undefeated as well. But found out earlier today that that they've dropped out due to COVID concerns. They had a spike down there in Lynchburg City or within their program, and so they've opted out as well. So really would like to see. I'm covering this from a different vantage point. I really see it nicely, but I'm kind of sitting underneath Pulaski County's goal. I really wish more of the girls would catch the ball and face the rim. They're not even looking and facing the rim. They need to face it and ball fake and maybe drive it. Moran did a good job there facing and getting the ball to Haley Merritt. Haley Merritt hits the three and cuts it to 4 here. There's that good high-low action. Fleener to Blankenship.
Starting fouls, number 34, Haley Merritt. That's her first personal foul. 2004. And the line for the Cougars, number 13, Taryn Blankenship.
First stroke's up and good. Pulaski County's looking to go man-to-man after this free throw. Had him beat out quickly to check on the Salem player, Abby Baker. She, I don't know if she turned her ankle. She kind of landed on it. She, she has a brace on the one ankle, and not on the ankle she's limping. I think it's her ankle. I hope she's going to be all right. And the replacer is Mariah Hill, number 22. First look at Pulaski County's man-to-man this evening to see how they respond here. You know, Allie did a good job there walling up, but just slap. There's no reason to slap. Just make Hill shoot over top of her there. Good free throw there by Hill. 13-9, 6:02 remaining in the half. Rebound cleared by Fleener. Pulaski into the front court. Fleener with the open 15-foot baseline jumper. And 15-9. Also trying to catch a peek over here at Abby Baker and her ankle. It does appear to be her right ankle. Trainer talking to her now. Huff with another open three, not there, but Blankenship and Fleener all over the offensive glass, kick it out to her, and nice job quickly getting it back to the rim. Foul's going to be on 22 Hill. That's her first. Team foul number 5. Paige will go to the line and shoot 2 here. First one's up and good. Second one's good as well. Scales and Hill both out for Spartans right here as Zoe Robinson takes the point guard reins. Pulaski maybe ramps up the. Good job there walling off. There's no need to reach. Good job of Seekers. First to the floor. Wins the battle. Quickly down. Tough to Lawson. Lawson will go to the line, shoot 2. Foul will be on Green.
Spartan fouls on number 24. Lila Green, that's her second personal. Team foul number 6. At the line, shoot 2 for the Cougars, number 5, Jaden Lawson. Checking into the contest.
Good move there by Green. Nothing to show for it. Quickly, Pulaski moves back into the front. A little give and go action there by Taryn and Page. Seekers on the glass, cleaning it up. Page wide open for 3. Just not quite there. 17-9. Timeout, Salem.
Spartans, it's 30 seconds. Number 3,
Again, I'm kind of covering this game from a little different vantage point, so I don't have a great look at either bench. But Pulaski done a pretty good job here switching up defenses. I think when they went from the really aggressive zone to the man, Salem's not been able to get much. Got to the foul line, but now in Pulaski for the first time is Brooke Goebel. Number 3 is in the lineup. She will be guarding number 24, Green. Pretty good slide there by Seekers, but the spin move, really, Moran, a nice spin back to the middle, and he just kind of got her off balance. And that'll be Seekers' second personal. We'll see what Coach Rackliff opts to do here with half the quarter remaining. And I see that Erin Russell's getting ready to come in. I can only assume she's coming in for Seekers, and she does. Second one's off. Fleener pleases the rebound. 17-10, Pulaski. Little give and go. Fleener out in the corner. Doesn't go down, but Blankenship all over the glass there. There's Goebel on the offensive glass. Over to Fleener real quickly. Good work on offensive glass there. Goebel in for the first time there tonight. Nice job. That was good movement. Little give and go action. Russell kicked over. Don't like the way Salem's gotten into the lane on Pulaski the last 2 times. Kennedy Scales, number 10, back in the contest with the Spartans. Good shot there by Moran. Good high-low action there. And the bucket. Those two work so well together in that from that short corner. On that most people run the high-low, but Pulaski more often than not gets it to the short corner, and it's the high post cutting down to the basket. But Tyrion can't finish up the old-fashioned three-point play here. And she does. Now in for the Spartans, number 11, Brand Bowen, replacing Mila Green. Pulaski in the straight-up man-to-man. Scales with a good move, just couldn't quite get it to go. But Huff unable to clear it. And Spartans will get another look, and the three is good by Robinson. They're back to a 7-point lead. Just when you think Pulaski might be able to break loose there, Salem scraps their way to another possession. Good play there. Basket's good by Fleener. Again, Goebel has given the Cougars a little bit of a spark here. Good job on offensive glass, and she got the assist there. Now coming in for Pulaski, number 14, Courtney Krieger, replacing Tyrion Blankenship. Good cut there. Pass by Moran, finished by Robinson. Really good look there. Tell you that Spartans have Pulaski kind of spread out in this man offense and have taken advantage on the basket cuts and the basket drives here. And Pulaski's going to find himself in a little foul trouble if they don't start moving his feet a little better. Mackenzie Moran at the foul line. Tori Vest now into the lineup, giving Allie Fleener a blow. 58 seconds remaining in the half. Have a 50-50 ball there. Courtney Krieger usually comes out of those. And she did that time. 24-17, 7-point game. Aaron Russell at the point. That puts Krieger at the foul line for the 1-and-1. Good stroke there by Krieger. Pushes the Cougar lead out to 8. Really big possession here coming up for Salem. If Pulaski were to get a quick stop here and maybe come down and score one time, it's just something about going in up double figures. But Pulaski's matched up in the man. And that's where they've hurt him right there, Moran. And again, McKenzie able to go both right and left. And I guess the Pulaski players used to her going right since she is right-handed, but she's beat him to the left 2 or 3 times now into the lane. That'll be 1-1. Noble with the rebound. 35 seconds to go. No need to hurry right here if you're Pulaski. Good high-low again. Noble to Kreger. They've got, like I said, they've got that Salem zone out. And good job executing late in the half by Pulaski. Up 11 right here. 10 seconds to go. Good defense there by Paige Huff. Good slide. Got 7 seconds. You can get a quick push in the shot up here, or Paige could take it, or Erin could take it herself. Good effort there by Tori Vest with the rebound and almost got it up and in. 28-17. Good into the half, like we talked about. Something about being up double digits. I'll be back with you shortly. Hey, here we are back at Pulaski County High School. About a minute 15 to go before half's over. Fairly brisk first half, but both teams getting several fouls. So we'll maybe look at that. And there'll come a point here. I guess we'll have to see how the first couple minutes go. But there'll come a point here where Salem will have to come out of that zone if they're down double digits. But they've been pretty aggressive in it and created some turnovers and gotten some stops in it. So also we'll need to see if Baker's able to come back a second half. She still looks like she's limping. I see Coach asking her right now, does she think she can go? I'm not sure if she can go or not. So in her place, starting the second half, looks to be Daisy Ann Doyat. Pulaski starts in the man-to-man. And they got caught trailing some cutters there in the first half. Good rebound by Sechrist. I did get verification from Coach Vest that if Pulaski wins, they'll be playing home 6 o'clock on Friday night, and they'll be taking on the Amherst Lancers. Amherst basically got to buy into the championship game because EC Glass, like I said earlier, due to COVID, had to take a COVID pause, and that's the way the state tournament will be as well. Once the semifinals are set, if one of the teams tests positive for COVID, then that team that they're playing will move on to the next round. They won't replace them, or they won't have alternate teams or anything like that. And, I think I've heard some of the NCAA. I saw some of the brackets today, but I think I heard the NCAA say that they're going to have some like alternate teams in case something like that happens in the initial. But I'd say once the tournament starts, they'll have to do the same thing. It's not, you can't just all of a sudden put a team back in that's lost. Good pressure there by Sechrist in the corner. Turnover Salem. And sure enough, here comes Baker coming back in, replacing Doyat. To see how that ankle holds up here. Pulaski could go ahead and push this thing on out here. Let's see what they do. Salem's still in the 2-3 zone. It is, as you can tell, Moran's out a little bit spread out, so there should be some more holes in it. Rebound in the basket by Allie Fleener. Like we talked about in the boys' game tonight, it's just really hard. You can play good defense, but it's just really hard. Really hard sometimes to rebound, find your block out assignments. Good job by Salem running the high-low. Good catch there, but Baker just couldn't quite finish it. There's the high-low little give-and-go action Pulaski is so good at. And Taryn Blankenship really has a good mid-range game. Both those girls do. Not so sure on that. Allie needs to pivot and face up and then step at that same foot. But I didn't have a great angle on it. They called it the first half and thought it was a good call. I thought she stepped across at the same foot that time. But sometimes, if it looks funny, they're going to call a walk whether it is or not. Clear out there for Mila Green. She gets baseline, but Good job there by Lawson, sliding her feet.
Out of bounds, it's Cougar ball.
All right, Pulaski up 32-17, almost halfway through the quarter here. There's that high-low action again. Fleener and Blankenship is just a tough duo to guard inside there. They play with each other so long. You know what? That's a good no call. I might be a little bit biased, but I felt like Mila Green just kind of had her head down, and the two Pulaski players just kind of stood there, and she just tried to wedge her way between there. Neither one of them even moved. So.
It's Cougar ball.
34-17 Pulaski on the turnover. Back still in that man-to-man. Pulaski looking to run a little bit more this half. Oh, good up and under move. Referee gets caught a little shove there by Allie Fleener. I didn't really see it, but maybe just a little nudge in the back there, but really good move on the give and go there on the fast break, but Taryn just wasn't quite able to finish. Again, the matchup to watch here is that one. Scales able to get by Lawson. Lawson needs Denton knows a little disappointed himself that Scales got by on the dribble. But I've seen a few games this year where Kennedy is gone for 20 plus. So and you can tell from that pretty good looking stroke. Good ball reversal. Flynn open in the corner, and she nails it. The three is good. Pulaski quickly pushes the lead up to 20. Clear out there. And a good tech. Really well executed by Salem there. Mila Green on the clear out. She got all the way to the bucket there. Got her inside shoulder, inside a huff. And they just can't. It's just hard for them to compete with that. There, Taryn and Allie are both really good passers, and they both have great hands. Good toughness there by Green inside. She just couldn't quite come away with a bucket.
Also taking in for Cougars, number 14, Courtney Critter.
Into the same lineup is number 52, Autumn Poole. Good up and in, Courtney Krieger. And good move there by Taryn Blankenship. Seemed a little bit frustrated because there wasn't a call, but nonetheless, Courtney was able to get through on the backside, and really kind of what Pulaski's noted for is that backside rebounding. Good slide there by Jada. Kept Scales in front of her. Much better job there, but sometimes when it's an air ball, that's the hardest one to rebound because you're anticipating it's going to bounce out. Moving screen there on Autumn Poole. Her first, team foul number 1. Good pass, good find there by Allie. Again, the Salem zone a little bit too spread out. They couldn't. Pulaski did a good job in their deployment there of the offense. Really does it. Pulaski does a good job. They attack the zone from the corner and then in, and really, we've seen them really get some good shots against the zone all year long. Kreger knocks them both down. They push the lead out to 24. Zoe Robinson give Kenny the Scales a break. Here's Kreger again on the backside. Those 3 gals are so well drilled. They all 3 passed the ball and moved out the ball. And they all know when that shot goes up, they're getting to that backside.
In the contest, for the Cougars, number 3, with Noble, number 1, Aaron Russell, and number 10, Tori Metz.
Second shot's good. We got subs back in for the bank. Baker and Scales coming back in the game for Salem. 45-19. The lead swelled to 26 points now. And Pulaski Scott's safely gone to the bench here. Corey Vest in the lineup. Also into the game, Aaron Russell, number 1. Along with number 3, Brooke Goebel, who gave him some good minutes in the first half. Good defense there by Tori Vest and Courtney Krieger. Calls that tie. Ran with the steal and all the way down. Mariah Hill with a good follow. Foul there on number 12, Zoe Robinson. Her first, team foul number 4. 26 seconds to go in the third period. Let's see if Pulaski can get a good look here. Salem's still in the zone, it looks. Goebel's open, lets it fly. Vest on the backside. Good rebound there by Vest. 15.5 left to go in the third. Good job there. Good give and go action between Vest and Goebel, but .5, so there's really no time to do anything other than throw the ball in. It's got to be a tip right here with .5. If there's any catch, that couldn't count. That's one of those rules that the NBA has right. But if there's anything under that, if it's a catch, the quarter's automatically. They don't leave it up to the clock keeper. As I said earlier, the winner of this game, it looks to be Pulaski, looks to be in pretty firm control here with a 24-point lead. We'll play Amherst on Friday night. If it's us, we play here at 6 o'clock. We'll be bringing it to you live on the same channel. Big shout out this year for all the games, boys and girls, for Jeremy Fleener and his outstanding work on the camera. And big shout out to our sponsors. Professional Door in Dublin, Travis and Gary Williams. Lewis Gale Community Hospital in Pulaski. Church of God, Bob White Boulevard, Pulaski. And our Southwest Times, our community paper, been serving the community since well before this school was built in 1974. All those people have done a terrific job, not just doing this, but just supporting these student athletes through the years. Thank you so much for them. And a big thank you to the Pulaski County Administration, not just the principals and all here, but our school board. They've done a nice job. Pulaski has their starters back in. I doubt they'll play very long. We'll see. They might play a little bit longer if Salem. Good hustle out there by Zoe Robinson.
Second foul, number 12, Zoe Robinson. Her second personal foul, team foul, number 5, Lisa Clark.
Good blocking there by Baker. Quickly to the front court. Foul's on Fleener.
Cougar foul is on number 0, Abby Fleener. Her second personal foul, team foul number 3 against Cougars. At the line, shooting 2 for Salem, number 10, Kennedy Scales.
Good shot there by Kennedy. And that one's up and good. The Cougar lead down to 20. 7 minutes to go. Salem still in the zone. They are a little bit more spread out here where they can pressure the ball a little bit more. There's the attack that's worked all night down to that short corner, and then quickly from the wing or the high post, they have a cutter coming through, and it's just been so effective for Pulaski, not just tonight, but all year. They really do a nice job attacking the zone. First shot's up and good by Fleener. I said, in a perfect world, you'd like to see the starters get a couple quick stops and a couple quick buckets, and then go back to your bench. Again, the ball went out into the went out in the hall, so they'll replace the ball. Good execution there by Salem. When you bring cutters in behind that zone, the defenders really need to kind of get sideways, and their head's got to be on a swivel. They got to see ball and any cutters that are coming. Cougar defenders were kind of locked into the ball, person taking the ball out. Didn't see Baker coming in behind. Second one's also good. Back to a 20-point lead. Baker really active down there on the baseline. Good for her. Glad to see the ankle's good. That's a good pass by Lawson. I was getting ready to say it's too long to try to make that pass, but maybe it kind of led Fleener up under the goal. She didn't quite get her balance on that one. Good action there by Robinson and Moran. There's good high-low action. Something that's good to see with these Pulaski County girls is, I don't know what the percentage is, but I would say it's pretty high that the amount of field goals or baskets that they make and the amount of assists that they have. Most of their shots come off a really neat pass. It's like that. That's an assist. Good inside out. Assist from Blankenship out to Secrets for the wide open three. It looks like that maybe do it for some of the Pulaski starters as Coach Ratcliffe gets some of the gals off the bench.
Jump ball forward. Alternating possession. Kick the ball to the Cougars.
So in for Pulaski right now. Number 40, Hensley Jones, who's up off the JV, but really had a good year for the JV Cougars. And also back in Courtney Krieger. Probably seen all we're going to see with Fleener and Blankenship tonight. Pulaski doesn't seem to be in too big of a hurry, which is good. Sometimes when you make late game substitutions, the game gets a little bit sloppy. And down to 3:36. And that puts the Spartans in the bonus. So Pulaski will go to the line shooting 1-1. Kesley Sechrist shooting 1-1 here. And I would say if she makes this one, we might see another sub or two. But And sure enough, Brooke Goebel, number 3, replacing Lawson. And Sickerson now come out. Tori Vest replacing her. Seeing her last action tonight. Good rebound there by Jones. And that's what she was really noted for the JV this year. She rebounded. She really looks to throw the ball ahead. Really good outlet. Really caused that. And then Brooke Goebel, given some good minutes off the bench tonight, makes the shot, and she'll go to the line to try to complete the three-point play. That'll be Green's last foul, her 5th foul. If I'm correct, yeah. Milo will be done for the night. Goebel at the line to try to complete the three-point play. Good deflection there by Salem. Abby Baker quickly to the floor. And then good reaction there by Courtney Krieger, getting back on the defense. Got under 3 minutes left to go in this game as the Cougars are look to move ahead. Well, they'll play 6 o'clock here Friday night. Again, there'll be no fans here. They'll be playing Amherst. And that game will be to decide who gets into the state tournament. Nice action there. Kinsley Jones on a nice pass by Paige Huff. Good job covering up the baseline there by Pulaski. A lot of action underneath there. Baker came out on there with it. Looks like the basket's going to be good. It fouls on Courtney Krieger. Aaron Russell in replacing Paige Huff. And for the Spartans, Zoe Robinson replacing Mariah Hill. Good shot there by Moran. The Cougar lead is 25. And again, we go to look forward to Friday night's game. The Amherst Lancers will travel up through Lynchburg, up 460 on 81 to take on the Cougars 6 o'clock Friday night. If you weren't with us earlier, the Pulaski boys team battled courageously, hard-fought 5 overtime game against a heavily favored Halifax County team before, Halifax took the lead there in the fifth overtime. But a valiant effort from the boys Cougars, led by senior A.J. McLeod with 28. But in the end, Halifax just a little bit too much. And so they'll move on, and they'll play the winner of Blacksburg and Amherst. But from what I understand, Halifax and Danville have been the two teams that kind of going into the season would have been favored from the jump. So kind of a shame they had to play each other, but that's the way COVID works out. Good steal there by Vest, and she gets all the way to the hole. And she'll be at the line shooting 2. Now into the lineup for the Cougars for the first time. Also up off the JV is Hannah Kiefer, number 11, was the JV team's leading scorer this year. And wouldn't be surprised if she works her way into the rotation next season. Good shot there by Tori Vest. Tori gets her name in the box score. Good job by Kenzie Jones balling up there. Double back up the floor. Good job moving the ball. I think Jones might have gotten fouled on that, but that's understandable not to call that with less than a minute to go in the game.
Now on the floor, time out for substitution. We're going to contest number 22, Andy Ratcliffe.
Andy Ratcliffe, number 22. Coach Ratcliffe called the timeout, simply two subs. So good on him to get those girls coming in off the JV. I guess Russell just Pulaski kind of content to dribble the clock out.
Foul, second foul on number 10, Keegan Scale, third first personal foul. Team foul number 10 on sale.
Goble go to the line. Shooting two. We're in double bonus here. Pulaski shoots good free throws, and I think in the end that'll really serve them well as they move forward. Really just 3 games away from where they want to be. Because as I said earlier, the regional championship, only the regional champion moves on to the state tournament this year. There are no state quarterfinals. Good rebound in under there by Vest. Up ahead by Goble. Andy with a good play there, Ratcliffe. And that'll be the ball game. 64-33. A really solid second half. And Pulaski County moves forward. I'll be back with you Friday night. Game time, 6 o'clock. We'll probably be on there about 15 minutes before that. Once again, thanks to all our game sponsors for all year. Professional Door in Dublin. Lewis Gale Community Hospital in Pulaski. Bob White Church of God in Pulaski. And the Southwest Times. Community paper since before I moved here. So thanks to all you guys. Thanks again for the Pulaski County Administration and School Board for allowing this to happen. These kids certainly need it. And we'll be back Friday night to continue coverage of Pulaski County girls chase for a ring. Good night.